Hello, hello. Where is my avatar? Oh, no. Oh no. What's going on? 1 second. It was working a minute ago. There we go. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing? So you're doing fine. Nice, nice. I'm good too. So, where were we? So yeah, yesterday was a very weird stream. Almost the whole stream I tried to fix a bug that ended up to be in GitLab itself. But yeah, at least I found a workaround, so now we should be good. We should be able to start actually working on the server now. Because yeah, we've lost one day yesterday. But that's okay, that's okay. I'm still a little bit salty about it, but it is what it is. So, what were we doing? We were trying to find a weird problem, the root of the weird problem. So yeah, apparently sometimes, I'm not even sure at this point when that happens, how that happens, but for example, a gateway server could, instead of creating the needed amount of connections that it's supposed to create, it creates more. And I think it depends on the other server being offline. So for example, if the login server is offline and we start the gateway server at that point, it tries to create connections to the login server, but those connections fail. And something weird happens when the login server comes back online. It creates more connections than it's supposed to do. So I'm not sure. Yesterday I tried to add more debug code. I don't even remember where exactly, but I think it was an active connection pool. Yeah, it was here. So my only assumption is an exception is getting thrown somewhere here. So then we throw that exception higher above. It interrupts the loop at an incomplete amount of connections. And what then happens? Then we have this error triggered. But yeah, I couldn't test that yesterday because I couldn't actually deploy my code. So let's try to fix that today. So what did we do yesterday? I tried to add a simple console log. So let's do it like that. Connections callback. We're gonna also output the connections to create variable and main connections. Actually, let's put this into the log so we can actually see the values. So this main connections and this connection count. we can output all of that. And then what I also wanted to do is this exception. I wanted to log it. Like that. And that would help me to debug this problem, I hope. So, yeah, let's start again with pushing this code to the repository. But first, let me make sure that I don't have anything weird in my repository. One sec. So, Boulder Toolkit. That's the latest working code. That's good. Boulder, that's good. Ymirheim server, that's also good. So yeah, now we need to forward this through the 3 repositories. So we commit this. Debug code edit. Also, I wanted to add a to-do, so I don't forget to remove it. So we push that. Then we commit that here. We push that. And we do the same for Ymirheim server codebase. Now we wait for it to build. In the meantime, we can... Oh, I can just deploy it right away. Also, yeah, I added the internal log. It should also help. Also, yeah, now unfortunately the compile time is a little bit slower because my workaround was basically to replace the repository update with completely new clone of the repository. So yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate, but that's what it is. Okay, we should be good. Now we can deploy to internal namespace. We should see the changes being deployed soon. So it should be ready. I'm at the run thing. This is still the old one, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, now it recreates everything. That's good. Okay. So we should be good now. If we go into the gateway, yeah, now we have all of that fun stuff. So what's going on? How do I disable auto scroll? S. Okay. Okay, so here is our start. Check connections callback. So yeah, connections to create 4. So that's good. And yeah, we do have the exception. Okay. So exception does happen. Where is this is the exception. Socket exception. Name or service not known. I see. So this is because we don't have the namespace, the domain name created in Kubernetes yet. So it tries to create one connection and it fails, I guess, right away. Let's see. Where is the actual endpoint? Wait, where is the actual endpoint? I think it should be defined somewhere in an abstract method or something. Yeah, there we go. And connection requested. Here on connection requested, we have this thing. We try to resolve the DNS right away, and then it fails. Okay, that makes sense. That makes total sense now. It's just because we don't have the DNS record. Right. So then what happens? Name of service not known. But why is it doing for 2 connections? Wait. So here we have this check connections, call back. We have 4 connections to create. Check connections, call back. We have an exception right away. The problem is all of this is not on the same thread, so it's hard to see what's coming first. Then we have the exception text. We have 2 logs, identical logs. This is interesting. Why do we have 2 separate things? So cannot create login connection. Connection error. So this is this message. So connection error. Looks like this being triggered twice for one single connection. And this is our problem. Okay. So we see two error messages in the logs, not because those are two separate connections. It's the same connection, but logged 2 times for some weird reason. Oh, I see why. Because we failed the request. And then we also invoke this thing. Okay, I see. So this is why we have 2 records, but that's just one single connection failing every time. Okay. But how do we end up with a bunch of connections, more than we are supposed to? Okay, so here we actually do create the connections successfully. So connections to create 4. New zone connection created. No, that's the zone connection. Zone server added. So that means this is already connection was established with the login, and then when I received the zone server. Crap, this is all out of sync, but okay, sure, whatever. And then all the subsequent checks don't need to do anything. Okay. Okay, at least now I understand why there are 2 log entries. It just fails before even trying to create a connection. Okay. How do we reproduce the actual problem then? So this is not a problem, this is just duplicated messages in the logs. That's okay. We just trigger this thing twice. We fail the request, and we also do this thing. Which probably means that we can get rid of this throw and instead just continue the execution 4 times. That would probably be the proper way of doing this. Yeah. That would be the proper way. Then we wouldn't have the duplicated logs. Because yeah, at this point we have the request established properly. We tried to execute it, but yeah, that failed, so we failed the request. So we already have the error handler assigned. We don't need to throw the exception. We can just continue. Okay, but that's one problem, which is not actually a problem. It's not a bug. Well, it doesn't have any consequences for us. 1 sec, I need to connect to my VPN. And open the metrics, because the actual problem is somewhere else. Looks like it. Okay, so right now we do actually have a problem. So gateway 01 has 12 connections to the login server, which is that correct? No, it's not. It's supposed to be 4 connections. Wait, that's release. Internal has the correct amount. Internal has the correct amount. Okay, let's try to reproduce this problem by shutting down the gateways and then restarting them again. Okay, so it went down to 0. Should go back up in a second. Come on. Okay, so the first gateway is at 4 connections. I need to increase the matrix interval. Let's do that while I remember. So where was it? In the values, right? Yeah, it's 30 seconds. Let's do 15 seconds. Wait. No, the second gateway did not start yet. Okay. Hello, Black Beverage. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Okay, so now we should see the second one. But yeah, looks like I will probably not be able to reproduce this on internal namespace, because we actually had a different problem here. We try to connect via DNS record, which doesn't exist unless the login server is started. So the connections are not even being created. We fail at the DNS resolve time. Yeah, it goes back to 4. Just chilling before night shift. Oh, I see. So yeah, I don't think I will be able to reproduce this on the internal release. I need to actually do that on production. So let's do that. I will reuse the same file but store it as analog release, so we will have some more information to work with. Right, also I need to deploy this new server version with some additional information being logged to release app here. So new log file, metrics, and the new release. Okay, so this is going to be more login for release and release stage and what increase a TLP interval. Let's deploy that. So we need to go to the release section. Let's just watch this thing. Yeah, it was running for 2 days. Now I'm gonna shut it down in a second. And hopefully we will be able to reproduce this bug where we have way more connections than we need. So it was 12 on the first one, 16 on the second one. And it's supposed to be 4 on both of them. Okay, so this is the new one. Let's see what's going on. Connections count 12. Connections count 16. Yeah, unfortunately, the zone server gets in the way. Those are connections to the zone server, so let's shut them down. So I can just scale the world down, then the zone server connections will go away. But yeah, we did see the same problem. So we can reproduce it. And I can see there, yeah, it went to 20. Okay. So yeah, something's weird going on. Yeah, definitely we have 20 connections. Connections to create minus 16. Well, yeah, makes sense. But what was there? Can I see at the very beginning? So check connections, call back. Connections to create 4, connections count 0. And I don't see any failed connections, actually. Oh. I think I understand now. Maybe. Maybe not. So it looks for the connection count in this thing, right? It should be in just the normal connection pool. These connections. This connection. So what's going on? So looks like we create connection requests on every tick. Wait, do we have any errors? It's hard to see. No, we don't. So my theory is we're running this check every 5 seconds, right? If we have a timeout of connection creation larger than 5 seconds. That means that we create a request and it's waiting there. Nothing changes because it's in timeout state. It's not yet timed out. It tries to create the connection. It doesn't receive a response, right? Then we create more. Then when the actual login server comes back up, all those not yet timed out connections, I guess, they get created, connected. Why though? Let's debug this without the zone servers running. So let's shut down everything. Oops. Release, yes. Scale to 0. Scale to 0. I don't care about zones. So now let's start a gateway. Okay. So check connections, call back. We created 4 connections. Check connections, call back. We created 4 more. We don't see any errors. So let's wait for it. Maybe we will see some errors because this is weird. It should die on timeout. Actually, it shouldn't be just a timeout. It should be connection refused. Because there is nothing on the other side. Login server is not running. So if I run this locally, for example, if I run this locally without the login server, I will see some errors right away. Come on. Yeah, connection refused. I should theoretically see the same thing right here, but I don't. The debug logs are enabled, but there are no errors. Those connections are getting created, but they are not failing to connect. Why? So the release channel, the way, like why I actually needed to deploy there and why we have that problem only there is, no, it's actually using DNS. No, wait, this is internal. But yeah, my release version actually uses DNS to connect. And this is a custom DNS that I have in the cluster, which points to a specific IPv6 address. Oh, there we go. Now I have the timeout. Now I have the timeout. So what is that? How long was that timeout? Because we definitely need to decrease it to less than 4 seconds or 5 seconds. Let's see. So when was it created at first? At 38:25 was the first check. 40:36. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Huh. But yeah, this is the timeout. Why don't I receive connection refused in Kubernetes, but I do on Windows. Well, I guess the system is set to different, that's fine. Okay, here I have the connection refused like after 3 seconds, or maybe even 2 seconds of trying to connect. So I can fix this problem in 2 ways. I can decrease the timeout. I can decrease the timeout, or I can rewrite this pool in a way that when it creates a connection request, it adds it to certain list or something. Let's see what's going on there. So in here, on connection requested, we determine the endpoint, we get the worker, state, worker and queue job, socket connect. So theoretically, when we do the connection request, we should do something like add this request to a list or something, or maybe just increment a separate variable that we then account here. So we get the target connections that we need to have, we subtract the created connection count, and we also subtract the pending connection count or something like that. That would probably be the correct way of fixing this. But I also do need to change the timeout because 2 minutes, that's bizarre. That's way too long. So let's double check. 16:38:25. 16:40:36. So 2 minutes 10 seconds. 130 seconds timeout. How do I set a timeout? I don't remember how to do that. Let's see. libuv connection timeout. System-wide TCP connection timeouts. libuv doesn't have an API for that because on most platforms, Windows included, the connection timeout is not configurable and non-blocking sockets don't timeout. Post your code. Okay. So how do we set the system-wide connection timeout inside a container? You can do it via systemctl normally. Interesting, 1 second. It should be 60 by default. For some reason it's 130 in my case. So it could be modified in the .NET image. Why? I have no idea. Can I change that in the Docker? God, this error is, or this thing is very hard to Google. Let me just do that. Also, I want to try to see what's going on in BusyBox. Where was it? Not part range, I need this thing. 60. So yeah, it's 16 in BusyBox, but looks like for some weird reason it gets overridden in the .NET image. I think I can check that. So this is the container. How do I shell? So it is 60. Although I need the IPv6, and probably the variable is called in a different way. Timeout, timeout. Linux, IPv6 connection, timeout. God, this is hard to Google. How do I... DHCP timeout, that's not what I need. Okay, what if I ask ChatGPT, how do I see what is my IPv6 connection timeout value in Linux? TCP retries. So IPv6, right? TCP proxies net IPv6 TCP retries 1. There's no such thing. Ah, I see. So for IPv6, there is no timeout as it is. There are retries. And it increases the retries. But how do I socket level timeout? I don't have in my system. So you lied to me. let me show you. So I asked ChatGPT, how do I see what is my IPv6 connection timeout value in Linux? So TCP connection timeout is controlled by these two things. Try to do this, but file does not exist, right? I pointed that to ChatGPT. I don't have this file in my system. You're absolutely right. Good catch. On Linux, file IPv6 TCP retries does not exist. What? Well, okay. Parameters apply to both IPv4 and IPv6. So what do we have here? Oops. 3, 15. So what does that mean? 3 to 15. Have to retry count. This is interesting. Where is my libuv thing? So libuv doesn't have an API for that because on most platforms the connection timeout is not configurable. It is. Well, for TCP it is. TCP connection. For UDP it's probably not. Yeah, because there is no connections technically in UDP. No API to change the system-wide timeout, but you can set it on per socket level using TCP maxRT. I guess max retry socket option. libuv has no API for that, but you can get around by it by creating socket yourself. Great solution. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is ridiculous. Um, okay, let's see. TCP init, initx, flags, no. Open, no delay, keep alive. Bind, connect, nothing useful. Or maybe in the connect structure. Connect request type. No, that's just a request.
Don't tell me you're following me. Following you?
Thank you for a follow. Majama Dev. Hi. How are you doing? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out a weird thing that I don't think I can solve in libuv unless I do a native implementation somehow, which I don't want to do from .NET. Definitely don't want to do that from .NET. So yeah, my only options, I have two options here. I can either configure the global timeout in the system and fix this problem, but yeah, it's weirdly configured. I'm not sure how to do that. So let's see. Retrace one is the initial timeout for connection. Timeout before killing a half of an established connection. But what are the max retries? Up to retry count. How do I configure that? Can I do the socket level timeout? Number of send retransmissions before deciding to remove. Remote is unreachable. Affects the time spent during connections. ChatGPT contradicts to itself. Estimated timeout duration. Linux uses exponential backoff during sync transmissions. Example with TCP retries equals 3. How many do I have? Yeah. Retries 1 is 3, retries 2 is 15. So timeout sequence would be 1, 2, 4, 7 seconds. Actual time independent slightly on the kernel version. What? I need to just Google this thing, find the actual documentation. That's not the documentation. So retrace 1. This value influences the time after which TCP decides that something is wrong due to how do I pronounce this? Unacknowledged. That was hard. RTO retransmissions. And reports this suspicion to the network layer. TCP retrace 2 for more details. Recommends at least 3 retransmissions, which is the default. Retrace 2. This value influences the timeout of an live TCP connections when RTO retransmissions remain unacknowledged, given the value of n. Hypothetical TCP connection following exponential backoff. Too many words. I don't understand. Default value is 15. Yields a hypothetical timeout of 900 seconds. There's a lower bound. What the hell? I don't think this is what I need. Let's try to ask ChatGPT again. I need to change the timeout. I need to change the setting that affects how long it takes for the system to what's the actual error? I don't think I have it anymore. Yeah, I'm in the pod. By the way, what's the actual values here? 315 as well? Yeah, 315. Okay, let's exit this. timeout. Line text for the system. Now, how do you even ask this? So this is the timeout of connection establishment that affects the timeout interval. No, how do I even say this? Let's just say it like in my Linux system, the timeout of a TCP connection establishment, I don't know, is too long. How can I decrease it? TCP send retries. So what do I have in here, for example? 6. The value controls the number of send retries before giving up and establishing a connection. Default is often 6, which results in 63 seconds timeout. I have a much higher timeout, 2 minutes, so I have double that. And again, it's exponential again. Does the setting affect both IPv4 and IPv6 connections? Yes. Okay, so let's see. How do I get the value again? Here, let's take a look at the actual container. Bah. What was that? Process. Processnet. PVE4. TCP. No. TCP. Syn. Retries. 6. So it is 6. But why do I have 130-second timeout? So this equals 6 in my system, but the actual timeout is not 63 seconds, but rather double of that, about 130 seconds. Why could that be? You're not imagining, even though retry suggests a 63-second timeout, the actual timeout during TCP connection establishment can be indeed closer to 130 seconds. Dual stack retry behavior. If you're testing with a host name, the system may try IPv6 first, wait, then fall back to IPv4. I did try host name, but that host name only has the IPv6. Happy eyeballs algorithm introduced suggested 10 times from delay between v6 and v4. Okay, so theoretically that could be, but the name does not resolve to an IPv4 address. Interesting, but okay, that could theoretically explain the double timeout, double value. And yeah, I cannot disable IPv4. Use IP addresses, not host names. Can try that, but I don't want to do that right now. Either way, I don't think I can change that much. So I think I have to actually implement a more smart solution. So for example, we do the easiest way would be to probably create a counter for the connection requests. So every time we create a new request, we increment the counter. Every time we accept the connection created, for example, is being called, we decrement the thing. I think that should be the easiest way to do this. Or we can store the created requests in some kind of dictionary. How can I simulate a connection timeout on Windows? Because on Windows, I have connection refused after like 2 seconds. Which probably makes sense because it's on the same system and the system is aware of what ports are open and what are not. How can I simulate a connection timeout? Non-routable address. Let's try that. So if we set, so this is not running right now. Okay. If we set connection login host to something like this, let's see what happens. Can I reproduce it on Windows here? Looks like I can. Yes, I can. I definitely can. This is awesome. Where is my gateway server? Gateway server. There it is. And there we go, timeout. Okay, so let's try to set this to one connection. And let's try to recreate all of this. Oh my god, the shutdown is also affected by this timeout. And the live workers would have to wait for this connection to shut down. This is so stupid. But okay, we need to fix this properly in the code so it works even if the system is not configured in any way. And then we can maybe actually configure our containers that they have lower timeout for TCP connections. But okay, let's take a look here with just one connection. So that's the one. No, that's the one. Second one. So yeah, here are our connections. And I'm pretty sure if I would now run a login server on this port, all of these connections would connect. But okay, at least we have a test case. We can reproduce the problem. Now we need to solve this. Boom, boom, boom. How do we solve this? Let's try with just a counter. So we do private active connection pool, yeah, it belongs here. So private integer abandon connection count. Right. So then here, abandon connection count. I'm afraid I would have to use the lock there, but it's okay. So here within the lock, we can do this minus this abandon connection count. Then when creating the connection and connection requested, again, we are in the active connection pool. This is not safe. This could be overwritten. So I need to put this somewhere here. And for that, I would need another lock. I don't want to use lock. I would like to use interlocked. Hello, Doldark. Sorry, did I say hi to you? I don't know. I'm distracted right now. I guess I can use the interlocked thing here. No. I do need the lock. So abandon connection count. Where do we increment it? Somewhere here. Connection requested. Let's do it here. And then on connection created or on connection error, we need to decrement it. That's the one, right? Yeah, that's the one. So this should be an easy fix for our problem. So here we increment it, and create it, we decrement it, and creation error, we also decrement it. Should be good. Let's see if that changes anything. Okay, so we have one connection so far. And it doesn't create any more connections. Now it timed out, so the next run should be, yeah, connections to create equals 1. And then when that one times out, then we create another one. So that timed out, died. Now we create another one. That's the one. Okay. Looks good, theoretically. I think that should be enough. Can I use this with interlocked thing? I need the log here for the main connections and connection count. Yeah, I need the log here to determine the amount of connections to create, because I need to synchronize these both things. And now the third one as well. Then we create an amount of connections. And then when each connection is created or failed, then we decrement. Yeah, I guess that's the thing. Let's do this. That's okay. But yeah, I'm very occupied right now with this weird problem. And also, yeah, this is another thing that we changed. I need to commit this in a separate commit. So let's stage this one. And this is, do we actually need it? Let's see. Yeah, I think we do need it. That would make it much more predictable, because this is a very weird behavior. It doesn't lead to any bugs, but yeah, it's misleading. Like, doesn't matter how many connections we requested and we try to create them here. If a DNS resolution fails here, we will end up with 2 errors in the log. That was something that misled me to believe that I have a much weirder problem than this. But okay, let's get rid of that. So this is misleading, duplicated. Can I, wait, can I revert the debug thing first? Because I don't need it anymore. No, it's okay, it's okay. So we do misleading, duplicated, error message fix. Then we need all of that. Pending connection count. Let me actually see if it builds first. We could have some code styling problems. So pending connection count, we added that. We added the increment and connection requested. We added that to the count. And we added the decrements. Yeah, looks good. So this is counts pending connections before determining how do I spell this? Before determining the amount of the connections to create in the active connection pool. Okay, let's push that. and check with the debug code still there, and then we get rid of that. Also, I don't want to use this thing for now. Actually, no, let's do that. Because yesterday I thought that it could maybe a VS Code Git extension that messed up with our deployment yesterday. So I tried to eliminate that, but yeah, that was not the problem. Now I forward that to Boulder. And to Ymirheim server. Now, do I try to change this thing in the system? So this is BusyBox. This is not something that I need. If I would change this, I need to change this in the .NET image. The problem is I have no idea how to do that without sysctl. Maybe we can ask ChatGPT right away while we're speaking to it. How do I set this thing in a Docker image without a sysctl available? Can't modify kernel settings. Oh yeah, that's the kernel settings, right? They're kernel level, so I cannot do that in the container. Yeah, unless the container is privileged, which is not the case. Set on the host. No, I cannot do that. Use sysctl at container runtime. Only for a specific container. Can I do that in Kubernetes? Can I do that in Kubernetes? You can set it. Pod spec. Security context sysctl field. Huh. So maybe we can do that. This works only if your cluster permits the sysctl. See next section. The sysctl must be on the allowed list, safe or whitelisted. The container must be running in a pod. Kubelet must allow you unsafe sysctls if required. It is not the default safe sysctl. Okay, so let's forget about it. I'm not gonna change the kubelet settings. Screw that. Or set globally on host, which is not something that I want to do. So that means that I cannot modify the TCP connection initialization timeout at all. Huh. Huh. Ah. Okay, then let's forget about it. We just need to keep in mind that, yeah, we could have a connection timeout that we cannot affect, and we would have to wait for it to actually time out, even for the app to terminate. Which is not optimal, but it's okay. It's okay. So, time to test. So exit this. Let's see, this is release, right? Right, I need to deploy this to the release to be able to test this, because on internal we use the hostname which fails, so that's the different type of problem. Okay, so let's grab the new commit name and put it in release app image tag here. So let's see, this should now fix our problem with a bunch of connections that we see here. Well, not right now, but when it's gonna deploy. There we go, it's deploying. Well, at least it explains why sometimes it takes a lot of time to terminate a pod. That was another thing on my list. Now I know. And I've just stumbled on another problem. Zone servers are failing now. So what's going on there? Zone servers are not feeling good. This is a new instance. Where are the errors? They're not there anymore. Persistent 01-1. This is the one. I don't see any errors. Interesting. But okay, I now have an idea why that error happens. That's another thing that I need to tackle. Let me write this down. So I think what's going on, I can't show you right now, but I basically have errors like this. Ah. Come on. So yeah, basically I have like a bunch of errors of cannot access a disposed object. And I think that was when the container was terminated. And probably again we had a bunch of those half-dead connections. I will take a look later, but okay. Let's take a look at the gateway. So now the gateways have 4 connections. That's good. So for now I want to scale down everything. Let's just do that with a command. Where was it? I had it in the README. Okay, so we scaled everything down. That's good. So now if we start the gateway server, I forgot to add the new thing, dependent connections count, in the debug output, but that's okay. At least we see now that the connections to create, first it has 4, so it created 4 connections, and now it's all 0 during the next check. So that works. That means that we do have 4 pending connections right now. So now we wait for 2 minutes, and those connections should die with a timeout. And we should create 4 more. So I wanted to write down, so this probably happens when a zone server is shutting down after the world server has shut down, and the zone server tried to create new connections to it. Okay, did we have the new thing? No, not yet. This is the liveliness probe. Where are the connections? Come on. There we go. So we have 4 connections died from a timeout. Now we create 4 more. Next one is 0. Okay, good. So this looks fine. Now let's start a login server and watch the gateway. So those connections should now actually connect in a moment. There we go. Now I have 4 connections, login connections created, authenticated, authenticated. Now I have 4 connections count. Awesome. So now if we take a look at our Prometheus, we should see 4 connections for gateway 01 in a moment. There we go. Okay, we fixed this problem. That's good. Now I have another one. How do I test it? So I need to scale this one down And this one down to 0. So the problem is, at least I believe, when we start a world, let's wait for it to properly start. Okay. We don't care that the world tries to connect to the login server. It's not important right now. Let's now start the zone server, just one of them. It should connect to the world server right away. There we go. For gateway, for world connections created. That's good. So now what we're gonna do is, now we're gonna shut down the world. And look what happens. Okay, so now 4 connections closed, pool is closed. Now we want to create 4 new connections, so we have 4 connections pending. I need to shut down this thing and watch the logs. Step in library workers. So right now there are 4 pending connections on the workers. And if I understand this correctly, then this will produce an error. 4 errors, probably. No, it did not. Interesting. Maybe I just need way more connections to reproduce this problem? I don't know. Because yeah, now we know that it was trying to create a bunch of connections when the world was down. It's not doing that anymore, it's creating just 4 connections. So maybe that was the problem, that we had like hundreds of the connections, pending connections, when we tried to shut down. Oh, and maybe what could be happening is maybe the system was trying to kill the server, but some threads were still not properly shut down. Okay. I think I have an idea. So probably that error happened because, yeah, we did have a lot of pending connections. We send the shutdown request, we wait for 30 seconds, I think, I don't remember. And then Kubernetes will actually try to terminate, forcefully terminate the pod, the container. And then a lot of weird stuff could happen. So it probably one of the threads get terminated, but other threads were not aware of that yet, because yeah, there was so much pending connections. Okay, let me write that down just in case this repeats in the future. This probably only happened when we had hundreds of pending connections created due to the bug that we already fixed. This should not appear anymore, theoretically. Okay, maybe that will be fixed But okay, this is probably done. I'm not entirely sure. We will take a look. Okay. Now I think we can safely remove the debug code. We don't need it anymore. Did its job. We found the problem.
FBI, open up!
Oh. Hello, hello. Welcome, raiders. Thank you for the raid. Mustard, 1738. Hi, how you doing? How was your stream? Yeah, 1 billion users. Thank you. Thanks a lot. How was your stream? What were you doing? Let me do a shout out.
Don't tell me you're following me. Following you?
And thank you for the follow. You were doing software and game development. Full stack thesis. Interesting. If my system works, it should pull up a random clip of yours. Not sure if it actually works. But yeah, welcome raiders. I'm currently trying to do some bug fixes for my server for the MMORPG. I'm finalizing the new Kubernetes setup for it. It's almost working correctly. We're almost there. Stream was good. I was just making my master thesis. Nice. Been streaming for many hours today. Nice, nice. Okay, so what was I doing? Oh yeah, the debug code removed. We don't need that anymore. And we need to forward this commit through 3 repositories. Okay, so now, let's see, where is my customization? No, not this one. This one. We can get rid of these 2 files. Maybe I will leave the internal one in place, so we still have debug logs for the internal stage. Do I need it though? Let me see, what else do I need? Yeah, I think that was the last bug that I wanted to figure out, and we did figure it out. So yeah, I think I can now remove this thing. And I can make a release at the same time. So I need internal app image, and I need release app image. Is that everything? What did they do? New release, more login. Debug login enabled. I don't know. There could be some more debug code that they need to, or rather debug configuration that they need to get rid of. More login for release stage. That's this thing, yeah. And this thing, okay. Yes, that's everything. So here, get rid of that and the new release. The build is finished. Okay, so debug login disabled. Let's push that. And let's wait for it to deploy. Also, yeah, now the termination should take less time, which is awesome. So what's next? What's next? Yeah, I wanted to make sure that I have the server garbage collection enabled. So let's figure that out. Let's do that on the gateway right away. Is that the correct way? One sec. Where is my Helm chart? Is this thing actually in the container? Yes. So yeah, we don't run the server GC. Actually, no, we do, I'm pretty sure, because we have that in the project file. Right? Gateway server. Huh, no, we don't. Okay, so we definitely need to add this environment variable. This should be one. Probably I should add both of these environment variables into the Docker container. Let's do that. Let's do that instead. Where is my Docker file though? There it is. Yeah, I guess in the runtime we need env. This equals 1. env this equals true. And we can probably get rid of this now. I want to add a comment that we had here. Okay. And just in case, I'm gonna also do that for the Baldur codebase. We also have the Docker file there. So this. Why don't you have the volumes defined? Guess it doesn't matter really. And we can also add this as well, why not? But first, let's test if that works. Here. So we removed this thing, right? We added it here. .NET system environment and oh my god, variables moved to the Docker file. Let's push that. Let's wait for it to build. In the meantime, what else do we need? Yeah, I needed to add another config option, supported channels. It has to be working the same way that we have supported zone groups implemented. So this can now be removed. And this is not needed anymore. Okay, let's deploy the image finished building. This is release. I need internal gateway. This is the old container. So let's wait for it to recreate in a moment. Come on. There we go. It's running now. So let's see. Where was it? Okay, we'll have that. And we have that. Okay, good. So that works properly. Now we can do that for the boulder as well. Okay, so that's done. That's working. We now have a server GC configured properly, and we moved that .NET environment variable. It's not supposed to be here in Kubernetes setup. So next, yes, supported channels. How do I do this? Supported channels. Well, let's see what did they do for our supported zone groups. Right, I also need to forward that to the world. Okay. Supported zone groups. Get by group. Hot zone instance. Try host. Okay, that could be a little bit more tricky. So my idea was that we have right now zone servers that can define which groups of zones they can host, which is nice to like spread the load a little bit and have more control over that. And I wanted to do the same for the channel names, or channel numbers rather. So a zone server can say that it can support, let's say, towns of channel 1 only. I don't think that I can do that. Actually, I think I can. It's just not gonna be get by group or something. It's gonna be get matching or get get matching zone server. And here we will do not just where supported zone groups contains group name, but also zone server supported channels. If we add that variable, we would add the channel name here, channel ID. The problem is certain transient zones could be out of the channels, outside of the channels. Channels are meant to be for the persistent zones only, right? Actually, no. So the zone instance, if we try to host it, it should have the channel specified, group name. Yeah, it does have the channel, if any. Yeah, the transient zones will not have the channels. Should I even bother with that? Because I can just create 2 zone servers for the towns. And the zone instances will be spread across them evenly, regardless of the channel name. So we will have, if we have 2 channels, we'll have, for example, 2 Prontera zone instances. And yeah, we will just randomly spread that across the 2 zone servers. I don't really need the power of specifying the channel to host on the zone server. I don't know. it doesn't really fit with this business logic that I have. Like if some of zone instances will have no channels assigned to that. How do we determine that a zone server can host it? Like if we add, like here, for example, supported channels, like that, right? Or do we identify the channels by a name? Oh, that's the server. Where's the zone instance? Channel, ID, and name. Well, yeah, I guess we just need the ID for the logic. So if we set... If this is an empty list, what would that mean? Would that mean that it can support any channels or only the zones that don't have the channels assigned? How do we configure that? We can't. Unless we introduce another property like any channel or something like that. And on one hand, it could be theoretically useful to be able to specify that this server can host only towns of channel 1, and that's it. And we know that that server is dedicated just for that. But in practice, I will never need that, realistically speaking. So if this is empty, for example, what would that mean? Did we just host any zone server that matches the zone group? I mean, any zone instance that matches the zone group of the zone server. I guess so. We can do that. That way we won't be able to say that we only accept the zones that don't have a channel. We could only say that we can either accept everything or we accept only zones with these specific channels. Of these specific channels. Maybe we can do that. Should be relatively easy to do. Let's do that. That could be useful. Let's see, zone manager. I want to start with the zone server. Supported zone groups. And I need supported channels. Supported channels. Get CSV, and then we cast it to int. Right? No, I forgot how to do this. I need to run a... Can I do it here? I don't remember. Let's Google that. C# of strings to array of int. So I don't remember how to do that. Select. It's select. Right. So it should end up with enumerable of int. Good. So now in the zone manager, we introduce int supported channels. Add it here. Int. What's wrong with my search? Oh no, it's bugged. Oh no, it's here. Okay, sure, whatever. So now we added supported channels. We started there. Okay. Do we need to do anything else about it? No, we just need to define that, and then we need to send it to the world. Sure. Right here. So here we do supported channels, channel ID. We write it down. And that's integer, right? Or do we use bytes? Zone instance, channel ID is bytes. So yeah, we do use bytes, not integers. So here, byte parse, pass it there. Except now we need byte array there and here. What's wrong? Cannot convert. To array. Okay. So this is on the zone server. We'll load the new config option. We need to also define it in here. Supported channels, which is empty by default. So let's document it. Comma separated list of
Don't tell me you're following me. Following you?
Thank you for the follow. How do I pronounce the name? 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂? Hi. Sorry if I butchered your name. What am I seeing right now? I'm working on a server for an MMORPG, and it's written in C#. And I'm doing some final tweaks before I can deploy the completely new Kubernetes setup for the server. How are you doing? So common separated list of channels that this instance supports. Empty means any channel or any instances without a channel assigned. Yeah, I'm trying to revive a abandoned MMORPG. Let me see, can I open this website, please? Yeah, so yeah, this is the project's website. You can also do it like that. But yeah, basically, many years ago, the developers tried to make an MMORPG, but they failed, the project closed, they didn't have the power to do that, but the community is still would be happy to see this game succeed. And this is what I'm doing. I'm trying to basically make this playable. I've created a completely new server infrastructure for it, and like a big mod to the original game client that increases improves the graphics. It increases how do you say it? Improves the performance, improves the combat mechanics, and so on, and adds a lot of features, stuff like that. So this is what I'm working on. Basically private server like Dragon Nests. Yeah, something like that. It's just except we don't rely on the progress of the original game anymore, because there is no game. Nobody develops that. Nobody introduces new patches and so on. The game is completely dead. So yeah, I'm basically trying to bring back all the infrastructure and make the game playable. So, yeah, I need to add this also to the main code base. Here. And this thing. Okay, so we added that to the config file. We read the config file. We pass it to the zone manager. It stores that thing. We is that a byte? That's a byte. Yes, good. We send the list of supported channels to the world. Now on the world server, we need to read that. It's right there. So after supported zone groups, we do read another byte, supported zone channel. Oh my god, channel count, supported channels. Read byte. Okay, so we've read that. Now we need to assign this information to the server. So here we have supported channels already. Supported channels. Supported channels. Okay. So we pass that information, we store that information inside the zone server info. Let's add a little bit of documentation. Let's also copy, where was it? This description. Empty means empty list means any channel or any instances without a channel assigned. Okay, so have that. Let's see, is that everything on the zone server side? Yes. Yes. Yes, so on the zone server side, we're done. Just check the website and it looks promising so far. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, this is still a work in progress. We do have a closed beta running right now, even though it's closed to everybody, anyone can join right now. I can't talk for some reason. But yeah, anybody can join without any queue. It's just the game is very unfinished. There is still a lot of work to be done. Okay, so we have this. This is on the zone server. So that's done. We can close this. Close this and this. Now we need to work on the vault server to actually use this information. So we read the data. We stored the data here. Okay, so we can output this information in the logs as well. Supported channels. What? Oh my god. Okay, that's just for debugging. Group counts. Do I need this? I don't think so. So this group counts is just the way I can configure the vault server so it waits for a certain amount of zone server within each specific zone group before it starts hosting the vault, hosting all the zones. So I don't think I need that in this case. I just need the filter basically of the channel ID on the zone level. So okay, that's fine. That means that we only have this thing to implement. What is this? Required. Okay, so we don't care about this one. We just need to re-implement this method. Just join the Discord server. There's a fit-in channel that I can share my work progress with. Depends on which. Oh, I see. Depends on what kind of work. If you like do artwork, there is the creative channel. If you do programming, that's programming. If you do game dev, there is a game dev channel. Feel free to share your work with in any of those. But what do you do? So get by group. Yeah, this method needs to change. It's not gonna be just get by group anymore. So the preview of my game. So you're doing game dev. Yeah, there is a game dev channel. Feel free to share your game. So probably we need to rename this to oh my god. Try find or just find zone server. Find zone server. instance group name. Maybe we can just supply the full zone instance object here. Wait, this is redundant actually. Why? Yeah, this is redundant. Zone instance is not offline. Ah, I see. So I have try host for multiple zone instances, and I have host method for a single zone instance. Yeah, this can be changed. This needs to be changed. So what do I need? I need a try host for a single instance. This thing doesn't have any external references. That's weird. So I don't even need it like that. I can change it to bool try host. If it's not offline, it means that it's already hosted. We just return true. Then we can move this find zone server into here. Yeah, this full implementation can be moved. Should be there now. Can I open this in external tabs somehow? 1 sec. Can I open the video? Yeah, I can. No, I can't. Oh my god. Discord, please. Okay, whatever, I'll download it, sure. Time will travel. Oh, looks nice. I like the style of the character. Hold on, let me pause my music. Wait, what? I am confused a little bit. So is it like a visual novel or something? Looks cute. Stats. Let me take a look. Where were the stats? Karma, strength, charisma, intelligence. Hate comments, like comments. Interesting. My PC is very slow to run this. Trans okay, this definitely works. Nice. Looks cute. I like it. Okay, I see. Okay. Interesting. But yeah, good job. Good luck with your project. Looks cool. Now, do I move this? Do I move just this code into the try host method? Yeah, I guess so. I don't really need to like find a specific zone server unless I'm finding it to host a zone. So first of all, this can be simplified now. So here we just do if not this try host. This is actually not a try host thing. This is an actual host request that fails. So it should be host, and this one should be try host. Where is it being used? Do I have a logger here? No, I don't. So wait, what was it doing before? Yeah, it only hosted if it could find a zone server for it. So yeah, that's technically a try host. Okay, sure. Then when it found it, it actually hosts the zone instance. So okay, I don't need to do anything here. I just do this try host of instance. And all of that can go away because we do check for the state right here. And then we will find the zone instance right in this code. If we couldn't find, we just return false, which would mean that we just ignore it here. Okay, let's do that. Try host. Yeah, now we need to get this piece of code, put it in here. Wait, why do I need this? Oh, I need it outside of the lock. Zone server. So here we do instance dot group name, and we can get rid of this. So zone server, we're trying to find available servers where this thing is there. We also do now zone server. No, wait. This is going to be a little bit more complex. So now I need the second where condition only if the zone instance has a channel assigned. Technically that doesn't really matter. I can do where zone server instance channel equals null, or zone server supported channels contains channel ID. What? Oh, I need to rename this. Why is this one? What do I want? Oh, I see, yeah. Okay, but now we need to make it pretty. This and that. The array of servers equals 0. Then that, then we do the round index. Okay, this looks fine. I think we should be good. So, no, we're not good yet. Or maybe we are. There should be another call right here. Ah, I see. Perfect. Register the instance and we try to host it. And now we don't actually need to wrap it in the array. We can just do try host directly. We didn't have that before. Okay, perfect. So we have try host of list of zone instances. We just do for each try host, and we don't care about the result. We also have a single try host, which gives you the result. So if the state isn't offline, that means that it's already hosted. we just return true. Then I try to find the server. So from all the servers where server supported zone groups contains instance group name, also, and we have either no channel assigned or channel is within the supported channels. No, that's not it. Empty supported channels should also indicate that we can host it there. So if channel is null or supported channels length is 0, it also means that the zone server can host the zone instance. So if instance channel is null, we host it. Or if supported channel's length is 0, it also means that we host everything. Or we have the channel within the supported channels list. Okay. Then we didn't find anything, we return false. Otherwise we find the selected server among the available servers, and then we host the instance there. And this can fail, right? Not really. Well, yeah, the zone can already be there, but that's okay. That's okay. So this should be working now. How do we test it? This can be tricky. Well, first of all, we need to make sure that this setup actually works. So start the gateway. Start the login. Start the vault. And start the zone. So nothing should change. We still should host all our zones on a single zone server. Yeah, looks good. A bunch of zones got hosted. What's the status? Status is good. Good. Okay. That's working. Now, I need multiple zone servers. What do I have? Persistent, towns, transient. I need 3. So this is gonna be .NET run ID equals persistent. Didn't work. Oh, that should be app ID. My bad. Or just I minus I equals persistent. Yeah, there we go. Now I didn't host anything because we need the other two. .NET run I equals towns. And we need net run I equals transient. Now it should start hosting. Okay, that works. So now let's shut down the towns and let's do supported channels equals 2. So only channel 2 should be on the zone server, which means that we don't host any zone instances at the moment because we don't have the channel 2. Yeah, that's good. We are offline, that's good. Supported channels 2. Supported zone groups 2. Wait, what? Supported zone groups. What the hell? Sometimes weird. Zone server zones. No, network. Controllers. Supported zone groups. Supported channels. What? I don't get it. What's going on? 1 sec. Let me restart. Wait, I'm stupid. I know what's going on. Where is the debug output? Yeah, I'm stupid. Supported zone groups, supported channels 2. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, this one's connected. Supported groups towns, persistent transient. Wait, why? It shouldn't be the case. This should be persistent towns, transient. Unless I made a typo or something. So the vault, let's shut down the vault, restart it. Okay, so start persistent zone server. Okay, so persistent supported channels empty. Now we start towns. Towns supported channels 2. Now we do transient. And it should start creating the vault, but the towns should not actually be hosted. Yeah, I don't see any town ID. So transient channels. Okay. I also need to add the channel to the zone instance to string method. Wait, on the vault server, yes. There. So zone ID. Channel ID, like that. So right now we don't have any town hosted, even though the vault status is good. That's not correct. I need to rework that. I need it to be only good when all the zones are hosted, or at least all the persistent zones are hosted. Okay, that's for later. This one didn't receive any zones. That's good. And this one is transient. We don't care about that for now. So now we can try. Let's shut all of that down. Now we can create another channel on the vault server. Where was it? Here, channel count 2. Let's start the vault. Start the persistent towns and the transient. So we've got the persistent towns, supported channels 2, and transient. And I don't see the channel 2 in the hosted list. Oh no. Why is that? Probably this setting is not there. Probably it's overridden. Yeah, it's there. Okay. Oops. Let's see, this is empty. This needs to go to... Oh, can stay for now. But here we do channel count 2. There we go. Okay. Persistent towns channel 2. Transient. Now we have 2 channels. And let's see. Zone ID 1 and 5, those are towns. On channel 2 are hosted. And I don't see them anymore. Okay, this actually looks good. I think this should work. So let's shut all of that down. And bring back this set. So supported channels should stay empty. This can go. Channel count, we bring that back to 1. Let's close all of this. Okay, this looks good. This looks good. I think we can commit this. Need to be careful. So this thing is when we read the channels. So that's byte count, and each particular one is also a byte. Okay. And on the zone side, it's also byte count. And this is also a byte. I already checked that. Okay, good. We added the channel and the toString method. Supported channels, good. So on registry, we reworked this a little bit. It's much more logical now. Good. Vault service, this is just the debug output. You probably should format a little bit better. Let's do that. Vault service. Let's format this thing. Okay. Supported channels. That's good. And here we have supported channels. Okay. So this is supported channels. Configuration option edit for the zone servers. Let's push that. Not sure if I will use it, but that's a nice thing to have. Yeah, it was easy to implement. Okay. That is done. What's next? What's next? All right. I wanted to actually finally play with some resource limits. and set it properly, at least the default values for both the internal and the release stages. So how do I define that again? 1 sec. Values. It should be on 2 levels. So we should have here resources on the app level, and we should also have resources. No? Wait. That's weird. Oh, yeah. And this is also incorrect. Yeah, these resources are present on this level as well, so I can copy, for example, this, and put it here. But these resources should override the resources that we have here, above, I mean. They cannot be augmented. So this should be a little bit different. Can I do with else? So let's move this here. Else. Let's try that. I need to test this. Okay, so right now we don't have any resources defined. Let's try enabling the resources right here. There we go. Have those resources here. Have them here. Okay, good. And now let's define different resources on the last one. So this is gonna have something like limits CPU, I don't know, 555. Didn't work. So this is Asker transient, right? Yeah. Still the default. Oh, I know. This should be the other way around. So first we take the resources on the instance level, then we use the default ones if they are there. Yeah, now I have 555. But this one, yeah, this one is 100. Okay, good. So that works. Can get rid of that now. That's commented out. I can just do it like that. Okay, this looks good. Now we need to do a new Helm chart release. 0110. So, resources, app resources. Looks good. Chart version. Commented out resources here. Okay, good. So here we have resources field fix resources configuration fix. Let's push that. So now we need to use that release in here 0.1.10. And now we can actually define the resources properly. So this is release. Let's move it to this side. This is the internal. So let's grab these resources and the app level. Yeah. Let's do it here. So, I need to take a look at the documentation real quick because I have my doubts about how this actually works. Okay. So for example, if you set memory requests to 56 for a container, that container is a pod scheduled in a node with 8 GB of memory and no other pods, then the container can try to use more RAM. Yes. It's possible and allowed for a container to use more resources than its request for that resource specifies. Okay. Limits are a different story. Both CPU and memory limits are applied by the kubelet in container runtime, and are ultimately enforced by the kernel. On Linux nodes, the Linux kernel enforces limits with C groups. The behavior of CPU and memory limit enforcement is slightly different. CPU limits are enforced by CPU throttling. When a container approaches its CPU limit, the kernel will restrict access to the CPU corresponding to the container's limit. This CPU limit is a hard limit the kernel enforces. Containers may not use more CPU than is specified in their CPU limit. Memory limits are enforced by the kernel with out-of-memory kills. When a container uses more than its memory limit, the kernel may terminate it. However, terminations only happen when the kernel detects memory pressure. Yeah, you remember that. So the question is, if a node has, for example, 1 GB of memory free, and I have a request of 100 megabytes, but I have a limit of 8 GB, for example, will it be able to schedule on that node? I think it should be. If you specify a limit for a resource but do not specify any request, and now admission time mechanism has applied a default request for that resource, then Kubernetes copies the limit to specify it and uses it as the requested value for the resource. Okay. When you create a pod, the Kubernetes scheduler selects a node of the pod to run on. Each node has a maximum capacity for each of the resource types, the amount of CPU and memory it can provide for pods. The scheduler ensures that for each resource type, the sum of the resource requests for the scheduled containers is less than the capacity of the node. Notice that although actual memory or CPU resource usage on the node is very low, the scheduler still refuses to place a pod on a node if the capacity check fails. This protects against the resource shortage on a node with the resource usage later increases. Okay. CPU request typically defines a wait and several different containers. C groups want to run on a contended system. Workloads with larger CPU requests are allocated more CPU time than workloads with smaller requests. The memory request is mainly used during Kubernetes pod scheduling. On a node that uses C groups v2, the container runtime might use the memory request as a hint to set memory min and memory low. I don't know what that is. Memory limit defines the memory limit for that C group. If the container tries to allocate more memory than this limit, yeah, but limit should not be accounted during scheduling, right? During scheduling, we use the requests. During the operation, we use the limit. Memory-backed volumes, such as an empty dir. If a container exceeds its memory request and the node that it runs on becomes short of memory overall, it's likely that the pod and the container belongs to will be evicted. Container might or might not be allowed to exceed its CPU limit for extended periods of time. However, container runtimes don't determine pods or containers for excessive CPU usage. I don't like this. So if a container exceeds its memory request and the node that it runs on becomes short of memory overall, it is likely that the pod the container belongs to will be evicted. Okay, this is not what I would like to see, to be honest. So, let's say I have a container that has 1 GB of memory request. And the node has, let's say, 2 GB of memory. And my container has a limit of 1.5, let's say, gigabytes of memory. So when it uses something like 1.2 gigabytes of memory, it means that there is a chance that it will be evicted. My God. Like, technically, I don't care about these requests and limits right now because I'm running my cluster in such a weird way that I have a separate node per each type of service. So I don't really care if my application, one of the components, starts using more memory than it is allowed to, because that will be still limited by the virtual machine itself, by the node. If the scheduler cannot find any node where a pod can fit, the pod remains unscheduled until a place can be found. Your container might get terminated because it is resource starved. Check whether a container is being killed because it is hitting the resource limit. So what if I don't hit the resource limit, but the node is still short on memory? I don't think I should be afraid of that. Okay, so let's get back to our settings. So by default, what do I have? I think I can... Yeah, every type of the component is a little bit different. So gateways use almost nothing. Login is also very small, but Vault can use more data, more memory. And the zones are completely weird. They can use a lot, but for example, the transient zones can use nothing when there is no zone instances hosted. So I'm not sure I can define some default limits. So for memory, let's move this. Requests. Memory requests. Let's do by default memory request to be, 128 megabytes, maybe. Or maybe like 200 megabytes request. Now let's do 128 megabyte request. And the default limit would be 512. For the CPU, we can allow 2 cores easily. Now requests, request should be 1 core. Limits by default, let's do 2 cores. I think I should do like 2000 here. 1000 here. Now let's do 500. Request 2000 limit. Okay, now we use the resources also. So these settings should be good for everything except zones. On the zones, It's a different story. The zones. Zone memory request should be 512. Probably even more. Probably even more. Maybe 1 gig? The question is the internal thing. Here we have 3 zone instances. The one uses 1.2 gigs. The other 2 use almost nothing. But that can be configured on the internal. That's not a problem. I need to do the thing for the release. So for release, let's do request of 1 gig. And limit of 4 gigs. And the CPU is gonna be a bit different. So request to be honest, it could be the same, but let's just increase the limit to 4 cores. Like that. And we duplicate that. Oh wait, this is internal. No, I need to do this here. Also, I want to make this above the node selector. So for the internal, this is a different story. Transient memory request for internal is gonna be 256 megabytes. Limits 1 gigabyte. Let's do 2 gigabyte limit. And that can be then applied for everything, I guess. I don't know about these resources. I don't think I need that. At least not in this setup. I feel like this will be just a problem in the future. Especially for the internal stage, because it doesn't need any limits at all. It will be hosted on a single node. I don't know. Let me take a look at the notes. Okay, so internal, I have 6 gigs there, right? 6 gigs on internal. Gateways have 2 gigs of memory. That's probably gonna be decreased to 1 gig. They don't need a lot. What's going on? Login 2 gigs. Vault 2 gigs. Zones 4 gigs each. Okay, so the zones are 4 gigs memory limit. Each has 4 CPU cores. 4 gigs, 4 CPU cores. That's the limit. For the other ones, memory limit 512. 512. That's not enough. Memory limit. It should be 1 gig at least. For requests, we request 128 for every component. Let's do, I don't know, 512. No, wait. If we have gateway servers, yeah, 256 should be good. For memory requests by default, including gateways, CPU half a core request should be good. Limit 2 cores. Let's do 4 cores. No. Should be 2 cores for most of the components. They shouldn't do anything. It's just the zone servers. We can allow them to be up to full 4 CPU cores of consumption. Okay. So, half a core by default of request. 256 memory. Should be good. So by default, these 4 will request 256 megabytes of memory. And the zones will request a gig, right? Yeah, they will request a gig. That seems fine. And the limit by default, so for these 4, we will have limit of 1 gig of memory, which should be good. Should be good, should be more than enough. Limit of 1 gig of memory. I'm a little bit concerned about the vault. It could theoretically grow above 1 gig if we have a lot of players connected. But then I think the zone servers would have much harder time. So should be fine, I think. What do we have in terms of node? Wait, how do I do this? Nodes. So the vault has 2 gigs of memory, a little bit less, technically. Well, I think it should be okay. It should be fine. Or what we could do, we could just increase the memory limit to 2 gigs by default, even for the gateways, even if they don't fit on the machine, because the machine itself will be limiting that. Should be fine. It's just we will make sure that the system will not kill it. For the vault, gateways, and login, that's totally fine. That's exactly 2 gigs of memory. Okay, let's do that. So by default, 256 requests and 2 gigs limit, and the zones will increase. So the requests, they will request 1 gig each. 1 gig each. And they will be limited to 4 gigs, which is slightly above the nodes limit, which is again fine. CPU, so half a core request by default, 2 cores limit. Oops. So this should be good, and for the zones we have again half a core of request. Actually, let's do 1 full core of a request and 4 CPU cores limit. Let's copy this to everything else. Okay, and for internal, that's gonna be a slightly different story. So for internal, by default, we will, let's copy this. So we will request 128 and a limit of 512 megabytes. The memory. And then each, let's copy this. Each zone server instance is going to be slightly different. So transient, persistent, and towns. So persistent will have persistent. Oh my god. Yeah, let's let it request 1 gig. Towns will need half a gig. And the transient will need 256 megabytes. right? All of them will have one core. Requests gonna be 200 by default. And one core each. Actually, no. Let's limit transient and towns. Okay, this looks somewhat good, I think. Yeah, I think this should be good. If we're gonna use the limits and requests, I think this is what it's gonna be. Let's deploy it and see what happens. Let's deploy and see what we will end up with. Come on. Okay, so this looks good, but it's weird that I think it's just not refreshed or something. I think we need to wait for the stats so we can see what's actually going on. Like here, for example, in the release. So the gateway, it's all 0. So the persistent uses 56% of its memory request, 14% of its memory limit. Looks good. So far so good, I think. But yeah, to me, the internal is a little bit more concerning. Yeah, like here, for example, 141% of memory request, 35% of a limit. So probably we need to tweak the request. So what do we have here? 256, 1 gig, 512. Let's take a look at the nodes. Where can I see the requests of a node? I can't, right? I can't. I just see the CPU percent. One second, what's that? Oh, okay. So, now it's 103. What? Yeah, so the persistent zone, so let's increase this to 2 gigs. It's just I'm not sure how many, how much memory limits in total there are in the requests and the node capacity. I guess I can count that. So gateway, login, and vault, all of those use 128 megabytes. So 256, so half a gig for these 4, right? Half a gig. Then we request towns another half a gig. So we have 1 gig. Transient request 256. This should be half a gig again. So 2.5 gigabytes, right? Then for persistent zones, yeah, we definitely can allow 2 gigs, so 4.5 gigabytes. I think we have 8 gigabytes in total dedicated for the internal server, right? Nodes, internal. Oh, that's available memory. No, we have 6 gigs, not 8. Okay, still, that should be totally fine. It's using 3.4. Yeah, let's do it like that. So we change for internal, we do 2 gigs request for the persistent zones and 512 for transient. Looks good. Let's push that. And let's see. So for gateways, login and vault requests seem very reasonable, and we are within the limits. For the zones, yeah, now we will be within the limits. Persistence should increase a little bit. Should be like 60% of the request. Just I think it's not refreshing very fast. So for release, we're well within the limits. So again, for release, by default, we have 256 megabytes request and 2 gigs limit for these four. She looks fine. And then for the zones, again, we're within the limits, within the requests, well within the requests, and with the limits, everything is awesome. So I think we're good there. It's just the internal thing. Wall is 75%. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, 60%, 62% of requests for these two, but we're well within the limits. Okay, I think this is good. I'm not sure if I'm actually gonna use that. Let's watch how that behaves. And yeah, if everything goes well, sure, why not? Even though I have another layer of limitations on the node level, this still should be good. Okay. Where was that? Resources are done. One thing that I wanted to test is what would happen if a server start crashing during the startup process. I think I tested it locally, but I didn't test it on where are my tests? I didn't test it within Kubernetes. Oh no, the tests are in the Boulder code base. I need to move it. Yeah, there they are. So I need to move them first before doing the actual tests. Wait, what are these two? Why is it says two connections now? Is that because of the limits? Now we only have 2 cores available for the process. Oh no. Looks like we do. Oh no. So if I set a limit, let's look at the release. If I set the limit of 2 cores It means that the application only sees 2 cores in total. It's not just throttling, it's also the application itself. Will only see 2 cores. Okay, this is bad. This is really bad. I'm just curious, is my theory correct? If I do 3 cores by default, will that increase to 3? Because if that's the case, I'm just gonna remove the resources completely from the configuration. Okay, so let's see. Come on. Yeah, that's 3 cores. Okay, so looks like I cannot limit the CPU, but still allow multiple cores to be available to the application. Like if I, for example, have a 2-core processor on the node, but I set the CPU limit to half a core, that would mean that the application will only see 1 core in total, and if it starts using more than 50% of that core, it will start throttling. If I set it to 1 core, it will still see just 1 core, and it will be throttled to 100% of 1 core usage, even though there are 2 CPU cores. This is bad. This is bad. I don't think I can use these resources effectively. Requests and limits. I mean, it's a nice solution if you have like a traditional cluster with few nodes that host hundreds of pods. That's definitely something that you need. But in my case, I don't need that. I'm gonna remove it. At least now I know how it works. If I need it, it should be very easy to set. And I'll also have the values already if I need them. But yeah, this is not something that I can use. Well, I can, but it's gonna be less optimal in my setup. I can just trust my nodes because I have completely dedicated nodes for each type of process. Pum, 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 pum. Let's double check. No resources here, no resources there. This looks good. This looks good. So resource requests limits removed. Let's see. In my setup, it's more efficient to rely on the nodes themselves. Because yeah, this is definitely not something that I expected. When I limit to 3 CPU cores, the application only sees 3 CPU cores. It's not like I'm limiting to like 300 core percent. It's actually limiting to 3 cores, which makes sense to be honest, but no, not in my case. I still can like manually set all the thread counts. Like for example, why we're seeing the number of the connection changes. This is because the gateway server automatically picks the amount of connections to create simultaneously and hosts them across the threads, depending on the amount of CPU cores that are available. So if it sees that you have 4 CPU cores, it will create 4 connections on 4 different threads. That way it will like optimize the load more, since each connection can be processed only on a single thread. It's a single thread thing. So yeah, it does all of that automatically. I can manually set all those like connection numbers, thread numbers, but I don't think I want to do that, especially because I'm not trusting now the Kubernetes setup completely in terms of like, will it actually provide me access to 4 cores if there are 4 cores on the node, but I am limiting that to like 2 cores. Probably it will, but I don't want to run the tests to find out, because those tests will be pretty tedious. Especially considering that I have no idea how to do those tests with the throttling in mind. I don't know. This is just weird. I think having the hard limits on the node level is good enough for me. I just have nodes for each specific type of workload. And then the release channel, we have just one pod, one specific pod on each node. And that's good enough. If I would move to an actual cloud cluster, I would actually use the limits, but I don't need them right here. So, okay, I think this is good enough for today. We fixed a few bugs. We figured out the environment variables, and we figured out the resources, or at least we figured out that I don't need to use them. So we will call it a day, and let's raid somebody. I don't know. Who do we have? It's hard to find somebody who does DevOps or like server-side development on Twitch. I don't know. I think I've seen only one person doing that on stream. Oh, what is that? Amiga. I don't know. Who can we rate? Oh, 𝙽𝚁𝚂𝚂. Oh, let's rate this person. This looks very interesting. At least to me. Bunch of assembler. Probably not so interested to you guys, but I want to take a look. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna be it for today. We figured out a bug. We also implemented a nice feature with the supported channels. I almost forgot about that. And we did a small refactoring with the related code. We did some more experiments with the resources on Kubernetes, and it actually looks good now. I think we don't have any more problems that I'm aware of regarding Kubernetes setup. It's just I need a little bit more time to set up like alerts for this stuff, but it already should be good. Also, I need to play a little bit with node exporter, so maybe we can do that tomorrow. So we'll play a little bit more with these graphs and Grafana and Prometheus and stuff, which could be fun. So yeah, this is gonna be it for today. I'll probably be back tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure, but most likely. If not, I will be back on Friday. So yeah, hope to see you next time and have a nice day. Bye-bye.